Let's make it happen, Captain.
KB 65 is live. Oh, 7. We're going to do a recap. And then some gameplay. But definitely, now's the time to kind of remember or reinvigorate our memories, refresh our memories on CitizenCon Direct as we see more and more features drop in towards 1.0. I think it's high time to kind of just make sure that we are remembering what was being said, what is currently being worked on, and how close or how much closer are we to the 1.0 initiative. It's good to see the progress, the focus, the urgency, but also the accomplished deliverables that are the new features that is coming to 1.0 or being visualized as 1.0, but it's actually they're dropping in the patch. But also the things that they want to go back on and revisit to shore up current state of gameplay. Excited about 4.8, excited about May next month that we're going to see the Clads come into the game and do what they do. It's, say what you want to say about Drake. I don't give a damn. But it's just, the fact of the matter is, the usage, the purpose, how Drake comes to the table with enhancements to current state of gameplay, the support, storage capacity, being able to protect yourselves with the assault, the updated gold standard, which is the command module that attaches to not just the Caterpillar, one of the iconic ships, Caterpillar, but also the new inbound or the onboarding of the two new ships, Ironclad and the Ironclad Assault, for next month. So digging what Drake does, digging what they do, what they did, what they're doing. But yeah, let's go ahead and recap it. Let's go, y'all. Here we go. Come on, Chris, do your thing. And I'll fast forward, pause, comment, look for feedback on this too. And then afterwards, let's jump into some gameplay. It's a Saturday play day of Star Citizen today. And no sound. Or is it?
Detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together.
All right, I'm going to do that again. All right, Chris, I'm going to do that
again. This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next star system would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously.
Speaking of which, it was just announced there's going to be a new Bar Citizen. It's a 2-day event. Wait a minute, a 2-day... A 2-day event. Super controversial there because I mean, let me look at their website because I think it is a 2-day event. What could it be for June? A 2-day event for Bar Citizen. It's a sneaky yes by me of saying that it's going to be a major event to reveal possibly the release date for Squadron 42. Let's see here. Um, I'm gonna look for that.
Simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacian Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hawkrow Agency. And just like the Pyramus Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UEE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UEE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
UEE for help.
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyro star is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you...
The question is, will we be able to enter into that system that is Vandal? I would say if it's there, it's, I'm almost sure, no, I am sure to say, based on their philosophy of, it would be a backdrop. If you're not able to enter that system, for example, and it's just a backdrop, it literally goes against their whole philosophy of interaction. This is not a cut screen, or this is not a prop. It's, if you see it, you can travel it, right? So I would say with heavy and very hostile reactions to your entering their territory, yeah, you could enter, but it's almost like a suicide mission. It would take a lot of resources to come out alive, barely, I would say. That would be the kind of narrative. But I truly believe that you see it, and at some point they're going to make it beyond what Pyro is as far as hostility. I'm talking about you come in, you enter that system, and you're coming in fighting right off the bat. And you have to be coordinated, organized. It will be a challenge metric, basically, on how long can you sustain or how long can you survive in that location. Pull something that's rare and then come back. That in itself would be incredible gameplay, in the sense of going in and exploring, extracting something, and then leaving with your lives. There's going to be some sacrifices, probably 100% each and every time, but the risk and reward will be at a greater it will be a greater benefit than, you know, going to Pyro and trying to obtain some things, right? Yeah, I would wholeheartedly believe that we will be able to go to that system. Go in, you obviously fight, and come out. It's going to be so extreme. Levels of trying to sustain yourself and stay alive for the most part, but quite a few of you will not come back. For sure. So yeah, I see that as one of those type of PvE extreme situations. I think that would be great to see the side of the meter or the needle goes to, well, you have PvP, but then you have PvE at its extreme. I see that. I can see that. And for that, I think it would set a precedence for this game to be very unique once we understand, discover the Vandal and Squadron 42, and then that will segue over to the MMO side and entering their territory in their worlds, a very alien world in itself, hostile. It would be fun. I know they're going to do this. They have to.
You could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
See? It can't be a prop.
The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool.
See, they've just said enough just to not, get themselves in a situation where they have to explain, meaning CIG would have to explain, yeah, we're being coy on this, or we're trying to find a roundabout way to get out of that hint or clue. But he stopped it perfectly, just to the point of saying you will be able to enter that location. But as you get closer, the hostility levels are ticking up tremendously.
To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx. It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Okay.
Glacian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
Glacian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, you know, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a seedy underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it. It's scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks.
Did you say it looks better than this video that was done, which is probably a machinima or something in engine,
around the main landing zone.
It even looks better
using gravity plates, but you can drift
where they
off
worked
and
on it or
kind of go
shown it
wherever
as
you
a
want.
demo.
They can explore fully
But
the whole place.
I love
which
that
is great.
population of people. I think with dynamic meshing, Tier 0
Unlike
or
the majority of anarchists
quasi
living in Pyro,
coming into
there
play,
are people here in
we
Nix
probably
that
will
care.
see a lot of
It's
people like
not
that running,
a
walking
downtrodden
around, floating,
or
EVA.
derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
We've
Safe
had
place.
Livescape before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the
I kind of feel
newer
like
features that have been put in since.
I kind of feel like with dynamic meshing coming on board, or quasi, with the increased server numbers, population coming in, you probably can not have to use as many NPCs to fill the areas. Only essential points for NPCs could be or should be used.
Just said no and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
Tanaka took that break.
So if you take the
Little Anthony.
elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well.
It's pretty
So you
smooth
can go
now.
through the cargo
I
shop.
mean, based
You've
on
got
when it
your
was first
normal kind of
released,
cargo
it was
needs.
a lot
You'll
of lag.
have ability to
It's gotten so
trade
much better.
and buy your tractor beam, and
I want to skip ahead
and
to something.
you never know who you meet down there.
Derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nix system as the
Place is
system
huge.
was being established. But you'll also see some additional design cues that QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So this...
All right, let's go look at further iterations of Nix. The landing zones, the planets themselves. 4.8, 4.9 maybe?
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world, and not just in the building of the new planets for the Nix system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology.
That could be over time, but they're going to go back.
Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires.
Wow.
We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail.
I don't know, people dismiss this and overlook a lot of that, what he was just saying, and just kind of, I wouldn't say gaslight it, but when they say or speak on when and why is it taking so long, it totally tells me either A, they don't care, B, they've overlooked it, C, they just want to get a reaction out of you because they're on the other side of the chat window. So yeah, this obviously is not easy, because if it was, Star Citizen would have been done, period. And we would see several, if not dozens of games just like this. And to this day, you have conversations about space games and you throw it in a bucket, but it's too hard to kind of compare this. It's very difficult to compare this to other space games. Outside of it being a space game, that's as far as it go. Even like with your Elite Dangerous, your EVE Online, space games. But when you get into the details and the complexities, it is what it is, man. Genesis. Now this right here,
we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on
that right there is now it's a reimagining, a full-on reimagining of the content you can interact with regarding Star Citizen.
On the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there.
Correct.
It fits inside our rules.
Wow.
Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different data sets. Like height maps,
that. And he said height maps. We're going to have proper mountains when it comes to Castra. I would say by the time we get Castra, we should be, or they should have the Genesis system rocking and rolling. I think, as he stated, Ian Leland just stated, his name sounds like it comes from that corporation from Aliens, the movie. That's a cool name, Ian Leland. It in itself, the Genesis system, it will be Pyro. And I suspect that we're seeing Pyro right here. Some aspects of Pyro. But like I said, before the drop in Castro, they should be well on their way with Genesis. I suspect it could be a late drop for 4.8, or it can be as early as 4.9. Some say end of year for it to be a big deal, but who knows? It could just be June. Could be that announcement, Squadron 42 in Genesis. I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This
minables there. You see those rocks down in the bottom of that canyon, and this is the other thing, the canyon runs. I think they're going to iterate based on what we're seeing with canyon runs as well.
You can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home.
Density.
Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability.
Okay, he said Genesis is for a group of technologies. It's not just planetary. 1 second. I'm going to catch that phrase.
Thanks, Ian. So,
07 Blackwater.
In case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name.
Genesis is the name
For a group of technologies that are
a group of technologies that are improving
our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year.
Well,
and instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx.
Planets.
So there are 3 planets in Nyx.
Okay, 3.
Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic.
That right there. And look, people are out there, man. Yellow, toxic. I hear that it's acidic or some sort of chemical that is problematic. It could be problematic to materials. Who knows once we get it. But look at that. Now it's going to change slightly, meaning improve upon. But that is crazy. And to see, look, they have HABs out there.
It's got like this high pressure atmosphere and
high pressure atmosphere.
It's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay.
High risk, high reward. Okay.
It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
Dangerous like Pyro? Oh wow, that's interesting. Hero planet, here we go. The next planet, the next.
Next one has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping.
He said a diverse biome. I think this is, again, them kind of taking the scope of what Stanton was based upon. And they're going in and utilizing all the strengths and improvement on the weaknesses of Genesis itself, leveraging it going forward so that the benefit will kind of help the whole process going forward. So I think that's the reasoning. It's like Stanton all over again, where they want to test things, they want to give diversity and things so that they can utilize and set up a standard and improve and basically improve the Planetary Tech 5, which is Genesis, which is its name, but it's multiple technologies, he said, that's combined within this. But we're going to see some very interesting things based on what they want to do in the future. But at the same time, make it unique and standardize it for the first time around. And then leverage what they've learned and bring it back to areas like Pyro and Stanton. I sent it 07. Good day. I want to say good day and 07 at the same time. 07.
Forests and grasslands.
This is beautiful.
And from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic.
Look at that. And it's raining. We got weather. Someone would want to live out here, but are there creatures? We're going to find out. We will find that. We will find out whether or not there are creatures.
Festering swamps.
Oh wow. And the sound, look at that. This is Nyx. Another location for Nyx.
Core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them.
Yeah. So they're going to go back
So,
and
let's
improve.
approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had...
That's funny you mentioned that, Blackwater Go. Would they be restricted to just Stanton, or would they, based on a potential narrative, would these corporations branch out and do different things altogether, right? Maybe the Hurstons want to try to, kind of like what Drake was in the beginning. They want to clean their name up, but still they have this narrative tied to them, or they want to be able to do it all, but in different locations. They're particular about what they do. Maybe they have a social planet that's all about conservation and things of that nature. It changes. We as humans are very detailed and multi-leveled, multi-layered individuals. So it opens the door for, we know the Hurstons, but they're trying to clean their stuff up. They're trying to clean their act up. But at the same time, you look at them side-eyed because you're like, is it opportunity, or is it more of a customer-facing thing where they're trying to just give the surface, change the surface narrative? Oh, they've come a long way, but yet here we are in Stanton. They're still doing what they do, So complexities and depth to the narratives. Reading and dictate.
Different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring.
Systems.
That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image.
Wow.
And allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
Yeah. Oh, you got a question about Maelstrom. It's very it's multi-layered. They did state that it has it can provide metrics, accurate metrics, without the team having to handcraft ship's weight. That's one thing they spoke on with Maelstrom. But what's your question, I send it?
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was...
Look at the cloud tech. Are we going to break rocks without... Are we going to break rocks with ballistics to mine more easily? Breaking rocks with ballistics. You're talking about... With the existing mining as we know it, that's going to be a thing. But you're talking about, could this be additional materials? Well, that was thought of, or that conversation came up a while ago, in regards to the mining tick, the setting of charges, kind of to help with breaking larger rocks. I would not. I would not. I would look at the question and I would say tentative based upon them scaling up mining, because they will have to scale mining because you have the Arastras, you have the Orion that's coming in, and they just introduced the Rock Breaker gameplay of what it would be like to kind of break these larger rock materials. So I would not say, I wouldn't look at your question and say no, but I would lean towards, when it comes to larger and scaling of asteroids. Well, in the instance or the case of the Orion, you're talking about larger asteroids that are minables. There will have to be some scaling up with the Arastra having the ability to mine on moons and planets as well as space. So it carries from space to those points of interest for the Arastra, but it would have to scale up. And so you probably would have to come up with a system where, or some sort of mechanic where, to help interact, or to let's say, for this larger scale, you want to probably incorporate some new gameplay methods. And I would not be totally against, maybe not as much as ballistics like weapons we use, but some sort of maybe kinetic, kind of like the old Abrams tanks that used like these rods, armor-piercing rods. So maybe something like that, but I wouldn't say strictly ballistics, because to run those through and how effective they would be, and you're limited, and then how far out would you be and you're out of ballistics, that would be a detriment to the gameplay. But I would say some new method to help break fractions of the rock, and Maelstrom would come in. And I think Maelstrom in general, as they showed as a demo of how you would break segments of a rock, I think Maelstrom could be the perfect segue to allow for additional gameplay mechanics, such as breaking segments of the rock away based upon what ship or what tools you are using. Whether it's explosives or some sort of kinetic or material that would fracture, or not explode but implode, or explode but fracture slightly sections out of that large asteroid. I could definitely see Maelstrom changing or upgrading or bringing in more detailed levels and depth to the mining aspects, especially when it comes over to scale, because it's, you can scale these rocks up, and then it changes how you fracture or break them with the assistance of Maelstrom. I would understand a debuff on material, but smaller ships are definitely at a disadvantage. Correct. And even like, say, 3 moles, or that would be your threshold to say, possibly. But then again, for the sake of gameplay and cooperative gameplay, and that technology, which is Maelstrom, could open the doors for taking small segments of those larger rocks, right, and then pulling them and then taking them back to a station. So it's a long term. If you're out there and you're constantly going back and forth, the Maelstrom system could allow for you to fractionally extract these larger entities of materials, like these large asteroids or bigger rocks in the game. Whereas when you scale up to the Arastra, Orion, you're putting in the work and you're extracting huge volumes of it. But the other smaller ships, collectively speaking, Maelstrom will allow you to break smaller fractional segments out off of that large deposit, almost to the point of what Tony Zurvik said. It's a mining vein. I kind of think of a mining vein as it's he made me think of it as it's always embedded underground. But a vein is something. It's when I look at it now and I see Maelstrom potentially allowing it to persist, the vein is it will supply you with a bloodline until there's no more to give. So there you have it. It's falling into Tony Zervik's narrative of, hey, a vein is a sustained piece of resource, and at its core, you have a specific number. Once that number is down to 0, that's it. But you should not be limited by the ship that you're in. Maelstrom system will be the perfect conduit to say, okay, it's here, it's 1,000%. You can take minute segments out of it until it zeroes out. There's your vein. But you're not going to grab it and extract it on the levels of an Arastra or the Orion. Several moles involved. It will take massive chunks out. So it needs to scale that way, because in this world of interaction and how they want to go with the full fidelity of things, then you want that possibility to happen, especially with the new planetary tech or the new Genesis tech, along with the Maelstrom system that will be involved. So good question.
Simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles.
Popping in levels of detail.
These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain
That's
detail,
beautiful.
of
Holy
scale,
smokes, that's beautiful.
and allows us to create
Snapshot. Look at that. Now, see, with the base building, initially you're gonna have to find a flat plane and build there. It's almost like a 2D iteration of base building straight out the box. But future iterations, I would think you can build in the side of that cliff, right? You cut out that side of the cliff and you're coming out of that cliff with your ship. How iconic would that be? Or you have a platform at the top of the cliff, an elevator shaft that takes you up, and you launch from the top on the platform, or your freight elevators at the top, etc. I think that's base building 2.2, tier 2. But I could see that, because that's, if you've been watching and you're seeing what they want to do with this engine, and it's a labor of love, you would want to think, hey, base building, it stops and there's no further iterations or more, tech that will allow this. I foresee that we'll be able to build in the sides of cliffs with bases and things like that. And this only makes this area, location like this, that much more desirable for the player.
create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got 2 major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs.
Contributors.
We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before.
Mm-hmm. Rock climbing, star climb.
The second is a big one for you ground.
A grapnel hook. And if you have high winds around this area where hovering would not be possible, you would have to land the ship and grapple up and go inside of like a Tomb Raider-esque type of location.
Ground vehicle enthusiasts.
Find
Rocks
stuff.
are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
Will said not as
physical data
annoying.
Generated for each large and medium tile. Now rock
that's beautiful
distribution makes
too.
sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
Oh, challenge.
The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
How's that?
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
The trees, man. That's like Return of the Jedi.
Next one's forests and
Oh my
grasslands are full
gosh.
of trees, very.
That's a lot of trees. Will they be able to pull that off? I mean, those are a lot. That's a lot of trees. You talk about FPS and camouflaging and things of that nature. Holy smokes. Landmines and traps. Woohoo!
It's grass species,
Dangerous.
rock formations,
Predators. Creatures.
and they're found in all sorts of elevations like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows. And when we start to add a bit of fresh water,
This right here blew everybody away because then they started dipping into that. This is not something I'm familiar with seeing on planet Earth. This is definitely somewhere not planet Earth. And if I see this type of organism that is flora, what is the fauna looking like? Right? So what type of creatures would exist on this planet? Because I see how how dramatically alien it is in nature, just by that one image right there. That I think when we saw this for the first time, we were like, "Oh, we're gonna really dive in," and they were like, "No, you're gonna get probably like 90 seconds of this, and then stay hungry, my friend. Stay hungry or stay thirsty."
they begin transitioning into more wetland type biomes.
We were thirsting for this one, and that was it. They were like, that was it. It's like they intentionally.
And wild forests are super cool.
Remember, Jared said they were being jerks when they did the flyby of the Aurora Ella. They were being jerks then.
Let's focus on the grasslands
Eggman.
and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance.
It's just
so
beautiful.
we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and...
I'm sorry. You know that Disney, I never watched that movie because it was like, blah. It was The Sound of Music or something. The Valley is with this, that Disney movie. What was that movie? That was a... I want to get it right. The Sound of Music, 1965. When I saw this backdrop, I'm like, somebody is watching. We're watching a Disney movie. The Sound of Music. Never watched that movie, and I'm not ashamed to say I haven't either. Musical movies, man. I'm sorry, not sorry, but yeah, the movie was The Sound of Music. This reminded me of that the mountainous backdrop. I might end up seeing it. Who knows? I might go back to see it. I'll never say never. It's not a bucket list item, but yeah. A Rodgers and Hammerstein musical classic about love, family, and courage. The Sound of Music. Helped them escape Austria during the Anschluss in 1938. It became the highest grossing film in history for 5 years, earned $286 million worldwide, won 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, and is widely regarded as one of the greatest films ever made. And I haven't watched it. Yeah, why endures? Why is it endure? The film's combination of sweeping alpine scenery, heartfelt performances, and timeless music has made it a cultural touchstone. It blends romance, family values, and historical significance, continues to resonate with audience worldwide. Yep. Fire in the Sky movie. Nice. Fire in the Sky movie. Let's see. Let's see if I've seen that one before. Fire in the Sky. Holy shoot. Fire in the Sky is a 1993 American science fiction drama directed by Robert Lieberman and adapted by Tracy Torme. It is based on Travis Walton's book, The Walton Experience, which describes an extraterrestrial abduction. Holy crap. Holy smokes. Fire in the Sky. Wow. Interesting. Holy smokes. He's drawn to a mountain. 1993. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking for that. I see in the movie, the poster, it's this light aiming down at him from an angle. He's floating in the air, and you see a backdrop. He's in the forest or something. Interesting.
Shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes.
Yeah.
Whether it be
Mountains are
dense
beautiful.
meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands.
I'm guessing, I don't know if the clouds are a backdrop or something, but for some reason they look like they could be. I wonder. You know, with the Genesis system, will we have the updated cloud tech or further iterations, or did it just stop? Did they say, okay, this is our cloud tech, that's it? I can only suspect that they want to make it better, but I don't see. To me, it looks no different than what we currently have with the latest upgrade of the cloud tech, of course, right? But I don't see where it really stands out that much, if any.
We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
I think global illumination is kind of protecting the cloud tech at some point. I kind of see that. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that's how it comes across to me, is that the bloom of light in the background kind of protects this particular version of the cloud tech. It's still yet. I think there's still, to me, it's like there's challenges still existing with cloud tech, and I think they're working on that, but right now it's not the main priority. I think it's just these layers are coming in based upon by its need. The current cloud tech, I believe, is serviceable. It won't harm or disturb what new features they're adding, but I don't see major changes or updates based upon this is the Genesis system and it also enveloped the cloud tech at the same time. I don't see major difference visually with the current cloud tech we have. That could change though with the impending release of Genesis.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away.
Nice.
Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances.
See, you can tell a little bit that the cloud tech is still noisy there, even with the Genesis demo. So it just tells me this is in engine. So I think their approach to grass is totally different will be totally different from the cloud tech, because with the blades of grass, it's easier to make those surface distinctions. But with cloud tech, you have to kind of be totally abstract with its concept comparable to grass. It's almost like when you do watercolor, if you paint with watercolor, if you're familiar with watercolor, too much, it's done. Your watercolor is done. You add layers, but you add layers very meticulously. And in this concept, the concept is less is more. So the less you add, the better off you can pivot and add more until you have the effect that you need. But if you add too much right away, it's done. If you talk about cooking, you oversalt the food, it's a wrap. It's done. You're done, man. It's like you overcook a steak, you're done. So you undercook it, let the temperature, take it off the temperature and let it come up to the temperature where it's supposed to be, right? I think that's the same concept with cloud tech. I think maybe that could be the breakaway or the breakthrough that they need, to think of it like that, where less is more. You add less a little bit at a time, and then you distinctly add these layers. But then as you add layers, you have to think about, is it optimized? Is it easy on the system? I think across the board, when you're talking about shading, transparencies is one of the is a memory hog. It bogs a system down. So they're dealing with clouds. There's transparencies that you have to deal with. Hence, that's another factor of what makes cloud tech very difficult. But the less is more concept is the way to go. But then what color should it be for distinctions? That's another approach to say how opaque, the distinctions of its hue. And then you layer those hues, and then you can come up with a certain wispiness of the clouds, and then the other areas of density, more opaque, but the color approach. And then you flip it. What are the clouds that look normal during the day or sunny, as opposed to, it's getting there, we see rain clouds. It's crazy, man.
There are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nix 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage.
Creature alert.
And I think it creates something really unique. Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nix 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
Everything we haven't shared yet for next year. There's more to come.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for.
Cloud tech, though.
A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Hell of a job with the whole bee.
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
Jordan said hauling was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start at, say, Stanton and end it.
Quality matters.
Mining. Let's see.
Our Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships. We have gear. We have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen.
That's your platform to work from.
Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
The Clipper has it on its own.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't.
What he just said right there, I'm gonna roll it back a little bit.
Difficulty matches the group size.
Yeah, so the difficulty matches the group size. So the group size, that is, or it should be, or it will be dictated by quasi-dynamic server meshing. Knowing that the player counts are going up, you can get 700 in the server, but in your group, the instancing should be able to utilize those higher player counts by connecting it over to dynamic meshing and creating that instance for that larger org or group, and saying, hey, we're dealing with this number of players, we're going to instance this number of players, but the gameplay or the devs will have to create content that will say this is multi-layered, these levels are multi-layered based upon the number of people involved, which will dictate that they have to work in a coordinate way. Also, the NPC counts should be calculated to challenge these larger numbers. So I think those are the further iterations of instancing. I think this is just the tier 0 of just making sure it's working and it's consistent, and then once they are ready to go with the dynamic meshing, they can actually scale up those numbers and scale up those levels and scale up the complexities. I think the NPCs are an impediment to that happening right now due to server tick rates and resources and desync. If they can actually nip that in the bud, hence why we have yet to hear, but we've noticed based upon Jarrett's FYI letting us know that Benoit is actively focusing on the desync issues and latency, and hence why we are probably, why we've been receiving the tram system and why it's been moving so quickly, because that takes that priority off of Benoit's plate and then put it in the hands of devs who will strengthen it through optimizations. But he can focus now on the scaling up of content, the scale or the back end, making sure scalability through dynamic meshing will allow these larger player counts to happen, and the difficulties and the complexities and the server tick rates needed to make sure that NPCs are at its highest level of difficulties and accuracy and how they fight. That's going to be fun and challenging at the same time.
There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience.
Yeah.
So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number of slots.
This right here tells me, and it's telling you all, why dynamic meshing will be successful based on the groundwork and how they're applying the processes to ensure that players are going to be dispersed out. They're going to be directed over here. They're going to be directed over there. And then the rest who are just randomly doing things, it's going to be monitored by the master game server, which will utilize the dynamic meshing that can create clones to alleviate player congestions and things of that nature. But in the meanwhile, players will be dispersed all in different directions because of the instancing tech. So it tells me that dynamic meshing is going to be really successful. With that said, does that mean it will be bug free? I didn't say that. Any new feature is under scrutiny as far as how stable it will be, and that's why we test, and that's how they are able to leverage the community to ensure that these bugs are found out and they can optimize. But as it goes, as the seesaw narrative goes, if there's more weight on one, the seesaw will be imbalanced. So the thing is, you want to get at some point most of your features in, which is why they set the goal to 1.0. That's a feature complete status for that particular number or that level where they're, or that progression of what they've done is they're marking it as 1.0. And I would imagine that it's an all hands on deck, stabilizing and optimizing, and then beyond that point, it's going to happen again. But the concept or the ideal is it should be less problematic because you have a lot of the new or the the gold-based features in, right? The gold is 1.0. We get out of alpha. It should be easier to kind of bug fix things because now you have most of your features in. But again, it does not mean when they come up with new ideas and they want to bring in more major features that happens again. But back to my point, this should be dynamic meshing should be very successful for how they're going to leverage it and direct people and spread people out based on what you're doing. Blueprints will be your breadcrumbs. Crafting is your buffet. You're going to follow those paths towards that to eat in the game, to be profitable.
So some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Orson is coming back,
Siege
baby.
of Orson was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Orson.
Wow.
This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
Cannot wait.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orson.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic whose sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Siege.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe.
Next year, next patch, 4.8 will showcase the instancing version of Siege of Orison, which should be some exciting gameplay. Of course, there's going to be blueprints to be had or, obtained there as well.
Outside of Nyx, there's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, You won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
Municipal Works. That was for the flora
So inside
stuff,
the facility, you'll find
mushrooms.
huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
It's not a vacation.
Not everybody has what
It's
it
a crap
takes to come
show.
down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working.
Hello.
Everything's going to
Back
quite
up.
literally.
Yeah, it is. Backed up.
And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take
You
out
are the
outputs and
Roto-Rooter
get the
man.
facility working again.
You are the plumber.
So let me get this straight. This is literally
Star
a
Mario.
mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a free layered system where
Exciting.
there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that
Yeah,
allows us to
instancing
do
is gonna
something that
a
provides
lot.
really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content
Yes.
to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Throw it back. All right, let's see what's next here. Correct.
Own story as player. How does each
This might be interesting. Road to 1.0 revisited. Let's see how far we've gotten to 1.0 since Star
last year
Citizen
Senior
Direct.
Game Director Rich Tyrer took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to
All
dig
right.
deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenith Threat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey.
Speaking of which, taking you to that journey, what better way to revitalize some of the landing zones in Star Citizen, such as the bar locations, where I think it just needs, once they really figure out the NPCs and really fortify them through, getting them right on the back end, getting the server tick rate stabilized and optimized. It should be, I think, it could very well be, in regards to NPCs and Citizen Con, the renaissance of the NPCs. I think there's this great need to really define. They really need to define NPCs. It's been too long, from T-posing to cower to just systematically walking around. I think at some point with dynamic meshing quasi, or I say dynamic meshing tier 0 and beyond, I would love to see a Citizen Con based on NPCs, the characteristics, then also making them mission givers, and also this with the reputation system and the guild system. What better way to represent the guild system to have a handler or a fixer for your missions? When you take the narrative of Mandalorian, and Chris, if you're listening, you're big on the bounty hunter aspect. What better way to introduce bounty hunting by other than having the front facing or the customer facing aspect of bounty hunter is to be connected to a fixer, and as you level up with reputation, you're being introduced it more and more into that particular world. And it's a narrative that would fit so many aspects of the 1.0 initiative, such as bounty hunting is one. You have a handler and they ramp up and they take you deeper into the depths of that gameplay. But corporate espionage, spies, things of that nature. You have a handler. You rep up. You meet more nefarious or more in-depth characters. Same thing with gangs. It would be a great refresh if you work for a gang member, and then you start out as a foot soldier doing the entry-level jobs, but then it gets deeper into like you have to hold down a base or help protect it, and to the extent of being at its highest reputation level, you fight back PvPers who are trying to take these rare blueprints. You protect them, and if you protect them in the time frame of maybe reinforcements getting there and pushing them back, or just eliminating them altogether, your handler will gift you with rare blueprints and things of that nature. So it could be a very special game in regards to understanding and revitalizing and bringing this renaissance of NPCs that will be represented very well in the game, and they are your go-tos as to customer facing, who you work for, who you represent, and who you adhere to as far as bounty hunter or your hauler. Even the industrial side will need customer facing NPCs to handle those situations. And if you just want to randomly, wink wink, privateer Chris, be that privateer. You're going to those bars to get those random missions, and by luck or stroke of sheer luck, you just hit the jackpot by talking to this one. He gives you this rare mission, and you're actually, you go to this one place and you find this super rare blueprint. But, I would say offload a lot of the Mobiglass missions and saying, well, it's more of the interactions, the visceral, hey, talk to this person, get to meet them, or buy them a drink, or offer them a drink. And they offer you a mission, and there lies why you go to these points of interest and hang out and go there, and you build up on things, and they treat you to a great time or gameplay experience. But the revitalization of NPCs is, I think, how great would it be if they did a take on CitizenCon and really introduce NPCs 1.0 or 2.0, and you have this dynamic of, hey, I'm looking at these NPCs totally different now. They are Star Citizens as well, NPC citizens. So it would be great to see that kind of dynamic to the game that will open up this discoverable and exciting opportunity to delve into some unique gameplay experience
throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it
in the future
all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but a line of mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game.
It's okay, Richard.
So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, to new quantum, to inventory, engineering, and crafting.
We've seen that now.
And all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players.
He's right on the mark. You see?
You know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever. And I'm willing to look right into the camera.
You're wrong, because this year is going to be the better
player
one.
numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play
And
sessions
the clads
are
are
up,
coming,
bug numbers
baby.
are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've
Clads
talked
are
about
coming.
story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right.
You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions, you get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something
you
that
go.
we'll be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back.
There we go.
In the
That's
verse.
it right
And
there.
just to be clear, we'll be bringing all the
NPCs.
mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought
Handlers.
to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens
Tactical
of moving
strike
us
team.
closer to 1.0. It might
Cinematic.
sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming
Yes.
towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you
Pillar
love
1.
today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more. But similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience.
Exclusive.
We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes
now.
In a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made.
No interruptions.
But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0. And all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
Ian Leyland.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems. We've added hundreds of locations. We've added...
Man, his name looks like something from the Aliens movie, the corporate name. It's crazy though, man. How it kind of... I think he's the lead artist.
But combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships.
It's pew-pew.
In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles.
Yep.
These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to.
He's going to talk about tactical strikes, or that mission giver. Imagine further iterations of crafting, and once we get Maelstrom, and then once we get the ability to craft actual ships. I did not. He's a corporate entity. The movie, stop it. Ian Leyland. It's like a corporation from out of Aliens. Holy smack, man. It's a cool name, actually. But, you know, with this tactical strike mission that's coming, isn't it 4.8? I believe so. Fast forward, further iterations of crafting, we should be able, or they should be able to, as opposed to like maybe blueprints that's pertaining to weapons and armor, I'm thinking these spaceship combat focused missions, they should reward with blueprints for crafting maybe the surfaces of your ship, potentially, right? Maybe, I don't know, something to do with the ship's crafting aspect. I don't know, it may encroach upon what they want to do with the Vulcan, as well as the Crucible, or future ships that will introduce full-on repair. So I don't know. I think some sort of reward. Could it be a ship component blueprint to that level, and not encroach upon the crafting / repair aspects? Reserve that for the Vulcan and the Crucible. But yeah, I would say that would be interesting. Maybe add it to components. Maybe the crafting of components or blueprints for them. That would be interesting.
Overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online.
Hey, Chewbacca is an alien.
But we're
he's
really
hairy.
excited about
Come
the
on.
content we're creating. So we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space.
How do you explain Chewbacca?
Tactical strike groups.
Are you out of your Vulcan? How do you explain Chewbacca? You got to explain that. This is it. Tactical strikes.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station.
Oh, they're so mad at Bro for right here. For,
Unfortunately, that team came under attack, and
spoiling.
members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help
the
recover
board,
the pilot.
yes.
Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to
Square.
put a team together to attack the
They're
station.
squares, man. The Borg are squares.
When you arrive, you will have this.
They're not
big
aliens, they're
asteroid,
squares.
and broken
Better
asteroid, and
pups.
on this you will have this space where you will find
Old
3
dad joke.
big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core.
Why are the Borg so boring? Why?
Everything
Because they're
here has a
squares when they
purpose.
approach.
It's not just for the show,
Bunch of
just something
squares.
nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you've met before.
Oh, look at that.
So your first objective
That
here
shark
is to
tooth.
clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
Blueprints, random blueprints.
One part of your
For all the
group is
ships we
dealing with
have,
fighters.
components for it. Yeah, that would be
Now
cool.
it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the
Dynamic
biggest ship
meshing is
and
coming.
win just because they have the biggest ship.
They're going to need it. And that could be one of the things they add for 4.8. Dynamic meshing.
Navigate the superstructure
Fingers crossed.
and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy.
Oh, wow.
This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything. Your lasers won't do anything. Your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have.
They said something about shields, and this is interesting in regards to maybe base building. Maybe those are acquired through or only within UAE territory. I don't know.
Have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Oh, wow.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's
Very
torpedo
nice.
ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator.
Oh, yeah.
Or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
What I like about this is this aspect of the type of missiles that you or weapons you have to use. It brings into the forefront of those long forgotten ships or the so-called useless ships based on PvP. Now that we have this instancing for ship combat, they can go back, look at the library of ships based on its distinctions of what they're capable of, what they do. Then you bring that into the forefront of unlocking ways to progress forward into your gameplay. So, you know, bringing back the Tally and other ships that have that capability, and going forward, they're going to utilize and leverage these unique dynamics or these unique identifiers of these ships and put or place them into the gameplay aspects, which will in turn kind of, I wouldn't say force you, but encourage you to utilize, of course, cooperative gameplay, but selective cooperative gameplay based on the type of ships that have unique identifiers that will help or to allow you to unlock these bottlenecks so that you can move forward to progress to the completion of these missions. So I love this. Oh, this CitizenCon, definitely Gladestone.
Once
It's
the power relays
Squadron
have been taken
42
down,
all
the
day
station
long.
opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah. You, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
Uh-oh, trench running. Star Wars. Jared's excited about this. This is iconic, though. This is
So as you enter
iconic
the
in
structure,
movies. This
you'll
is
see cooling units along the sides that
this
you'll
is
need to
Chris
take.
Roberts all day long. Mark Hamill. Use the Force, Luke.
There's 3 arms to the station
Oh
that
my
have
gosh.
these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
That's freaking cool, though,
You're
man.
either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
I can hear Chris talking about, I want to see Tarada fly this. I can't wait. He's a badass. And
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
oh my God. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is going to be
Objects to
cool.
avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Ooh-wee.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
Oh gosh.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station.
Oh wow. They're utilizing different
and
ships.
just takes a whole lot of
How
damage.
cool is that?
Once the power core
That's
goes down, the turrets
immensely
come
cool.
down, and then the capital ships can get closer.
Oh wow. Yeah, this is going to be
Why
a
is it
wonderful
important?
thing,
Because
man.
during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
You know what I'm thinking right now, chat? How cool this will be, or will be. I'm thinking right now, Vandal, the outer edges within the Vandal systems, and you have some sort of makeup that's similar to this, but also dynamically different in comparison. Imagine utilizing something like this to in Vandal space, they have set up like these satellite locations for defense, and you go in and pound those things down, man, and you go in, you pilfer, raid, whatever the case, and find these rare alien. Now that we're talking to aliens, really very rare alien blueprints that maybe also unlock utilization of the Vandal ships, which will be greatly and highly valued for trade purposes in game with those blueprints that will allow you to reconstitute possibly genuine Vandal components that will set your Vandal ship apart from all the other human-based or manufactured types. So you have the genuine artifact. That in itself, again, this is so this can create such a ripple effect of gameplay going forward that it's has great potential here. I'm only stating facts.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in, ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to be able
Refuel
to
for 4.8.
run in the
Here we
hangar
go.
of select ships
This
and
is
be
it.
able to use the same interface as you are right now.
This is why we're getting 4.8 right now. The next patch, 4.8 will have for refuel and of obviously repair within those ships. More value is coming to the capital ships. People have reasons to not, melt, but keep them and be proud of those ships because they now have a purpose. 07.
Now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like
Oh,
the
definitely
Idris and the
Gladestone, for
Polaris
sure.
and
You
other
better.
ships that are designed
Unless you
to
have a stealth
have other
ship,
ships land
right?
inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those two ships.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. You might need the Terrapin to kind of scout ahead, right? Give coordinates and placement of where these hostiles could be in its movement or patrolling aspects, right? That lends into more strategic gameplay, militarily speaking, right? So it opens the door to a lot of in-depth gameplay when we're talking about utilizing the Terrapin, because we're going to get scanning, radar scanning 2.0 pretty soon. So what better way for the Terrapin to come to the forefront and have it reimagined with a gold standard of true functionality with its suite, onboard suite, bespoke, I'm using that word, bespoke radar suite that it will utilize. So yeah, good stuff, man.
And you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris.
Oh wow. Let's go. This is so dramatic. This is quintessential Chris Roberts right here. This is why we have this game. This is his love of World War II information and fighter pilots, hence why we're going through several iterations of the flight model. I think if they can really, nail down the flight model in itself and get all this stuff to incorporate, this will be his second child. His fourth child coming, because server meshing was his third. This could very well be his fourth child.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take
Porter was on the
fire
show
team
last
in.
Thursday.
You've got to land. You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS
Rick
enemies
Porter?
that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
Oh wow!
After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Van Duel neighbors, who really don't like these guys for some reason, will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station.
Oh, Rick, yeah,
They're out
that's
for
him,
blood.
Rick Porter, yeah.
When you
He has 20
alert the
years
Van
of
Duel by
experience.
destroying the
Oh my
power
God.
core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Van Duel are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
This is a big deal. Yeah, Coffee. This is a big deal. Thanks for mentioning that. I see his name and it glosses past me, right? But now you mention it, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Rick Porter is a seasoned game developer and design director at Cloud Imperium Games, known for his work on Star Citizen Squadron 42. His career overview: Rick has over 20 years of experience in the gaming industry, specializing in various aspects of game design, including mission design, system design, combat design, level design. He has a strong technical background with programming skills in languages such as C, C++, and Python. His experience includes leading large teams to deliver high-quality content and interactive applications. And I might add, if you're using Python, you can develop and get rid of bugs at the same time. Omit bugs as you process Python, because it will look at your script and it will determine if it's solid or not. So Python, I think by them leveraging a lot of the Python in their development, it helps with mitigation of bugs, or gives them the confidence to release things quickly, as you're starting to see now with some or minimal, with no to minimal bug features or bugs that are game breaking. Python can help mitigate that. Current role. Currently, Rick serves as the design director at Cloud Imperium Games, where he oversees the design aspects of the highly anticipated game Star Citizen, as well as Squadron 42. His role involves managing the design team and ensuring that the gameplay experience meets the high standards expected by the gaming community. His previous experience before joining Cloud Imperium Games, Rick worked at Epic Games, where he contributed to multiple projects, including Fortnite. He has also held positions at other companies focusing on integrating complex systems and enhancing gameplay mechanics. His diverse experience, both technical and creative roles, has equipped him with a unique perspective on game development. Rick Porter's extensive background and leadership in game design make him a significant figure in the gaming industry, particularly in the development of immersive and engaging gaming experiences. And what we've talked about years ago, and why are they, talking about their financials and Chris pocketing money, or they've made this amount of money, blah, blah, blah. When you actually quantify it properly, they're utilizing their profits into getting talent, bringing in talent, bringing in heavy hitters to really get this thing to the finish line or close to the point of this. It feels so much like a game, even though it's still developing. And then even once this feature complete, it's always a call and a draw to say, what can we do better? How can we R&D, research and develop, and make this game better? They're doing that by bringing in people like a Rick Porter. So thank you for that, Coffee. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. What the frickin' hey, man. Again, some locations like that, we could encounter vandals.
I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on
those
FPS
capital
combat.
ships
So
will have a challenge.
Driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're going to be fantastic.
Very, very nice.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet?
Oh, no.
John, come home.
Oh, no.
All right, so tactical strike groups. It's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, hesitation, in any other MMO they call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features.
So take it away, Chris Roberts.
These are really key.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into
This is
some
really
of what
key.
the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're
Near
not going to
future.
spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development.
They didn't discuss it today, which was over a year ago, but they are actively in development.
Like base buildings.
Base building. That's a big deal. Right there, y'all. That is a big deal. Because Galaxy is IAE, y'all. Starlancer, what is it? Starlancer TAC, Starlancer BLD, base building ship.
Social and trade tools.
Pioneer may have a chance, but it may fall in the lines of next year. Very very much the case. So they can reimagine the extra large bases, right, that the Pioneer itself will create only, and then all the way down to the small base building actively being worked on. Social and trade tools, which we could probably see along with the release of dynamic server meshing quasi or tier 0 of it, the further dynamic server meshing tier 0, I would like to call it. That will open the door for the social and trade tools because your player counts are going to go up.
That are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe.
Now, that is in itself the final polished features. Radar, the scanning. Todd said, I suspect we will see the Pioneer when we get the first bit of base building at the end of this year. There's a shot for that, Todd. I think, Galaxy is a definite for sure. But could we get them both? Or all three? Because the Star Lancer, BLD, what about that small floating surveyor that builds small bases? And then what is that truck that had the material? I think it was 2 to 4 of those material blocks. Then you had the one that actually builds the base. So it opens the door big time. But the final polished features from Squadron 42 is coming to the persistent universe. That is very interesting right there.
Will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen.
And he encapsulated by next year.
Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you.
For the orgs, the platform for that would be the dynamic meshing tier 0. Oh, they've already said no base building for the Galaxy? Ouch, coffee. Okay. Crafting was the first steps to base building. I think if we see Nyx 1 drop in June, there's a good chance. May, June. Well, they skipped those major patches, right, Tom? So 4.8 is May, then they skip June, and then July is the next major patch. Well, it's got to work, Gladestone. It's got to work to the point where it's not broken. We might get the BLD, but I'm guessing the tiny hand-pushed and wheel vehicle as well. Yeah, I think it's a build-up, Coffee. I think it's it should be a build-up because they're all dynamically, even though they build bases, they're dynamically different as to what the volume of what can be built. So that scale has to be, the scalability has to be there. They do a major patch at the end of the quarter, not the beginning of a quarter. Didn't they? Well, Todd, was it a thing that they said their patch, the new patch drive is like every other patch is the major one, and then the months between that, they kind of add things in like a 0.1, 0.2. Hence, why we're getting 4.7.2, right? I don't think they're doing quarterly anymore. They went away from quarterly. They do bi-monthly major drops now. Not the quarter, but they go every other month for the major patch. I think that's their cadence. That's the word I wanted to use. Their cadence is a bi-monthly major drop. And then in between that, you'll get maybe a 0.1 or 0.2. Richard Tyrer said they never said that it would have base building in the Galaxy. Then he reached. No, you mean John Crew. It wasn't Richard Tyrer. It was John Crew. Let that scour and hate go to the right person. Not him. John's like, okay. Richard Tyler said, well, basically, John Cruz said they never. I know what you meant, though. John Cruz said they never said that it would have base building in the galaxy. Then he retracted that statement after the previous PU lead said it would have it, which drove Galaxy ship sales. So now they're going to make the Galaxy have a base building module, not just not in the beginning. Yeah, it's coming in a further. Yeah, but based on what Chris is saying, the base building mechanic or feature, it's going to incorporate into that. Fact check that, man, please. Yeah, it was. What was the? No. It's almost opposite. What was the director that left? He did the. He introduced the Pioneer. Oh my God, I can't believe I can't say his name now. I thought it was bi-monthly. They mentioned that they're doing major patches every other month.
For making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky.
Yeah, Todd Pappy. Thank you, Coffee.
Look
at that.
All of our dreams.
It was Todd Pappy.
It's only more apparent as the video game business becomes more.
Todd Pappy. He was, that was his swan song right there when he introduced the Pioneer, and he said it was a part of base building. It blew everybody's mind, and I was sitting there. I purchased Todd Pappy. Yes, I purchased the Galaxy based on the refinery, right? And it was modular, so it was cool. No, it's okay, Todd. This is why we have the conversation. This is why there's no shame. There's none of that with us here, man. We have to talk about these things because these stretches in time, right? We're in a time tunnel. We're in a time, what do you call it? A nebula. This is a time nebula when it comes to Star Citizen. And these things can bleed over. The information can fade out. We have to come back time to time again. And this is why I do this. This is why we all, including myself, we got to go back and reiterate on this and keep it fresh in our minds because this stuff bleeds into each other. And it's like, huh? So yeah, it was great. It was fun. The reason why I remember it so vividly, and it's funny to me because, man, John Crew he's got that poker face, man, and he just came out, hey, we were all sitting there like, dude, did you not see Citizen Con? Did you take a lunch break when Todd Pappy came out? And then you came back and said, what did I miss? It was that funny. And then he had to, immediately within that hour, he recanted it, right? Yeah, Todd. Yep. Yes. John Crew said it wouldn't. Said it wouldn't. A few months later, he got significant pushback and retracted it. Okay. All right. Send the link. Send it to Discord. But it was weird. I don't know. Let me cue up Todd Pappy. But we all saw that, though. Yeah.
Monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing.
But see, John Crew is the vehicle director. Richard Tyrer, I don't think he's not the vehicle director. He was basically tied to the hip with Chris with Squadron 42. He oversees a lot of stuff, but mainly his focus was Squadron 42.
Way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies.
Yep.
So thank you. And I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
And Chris never knew that it would come up to a balloon to this. It would come to this. He just wanted to make a game, and he ended up with a game company. And it's like, holy smokes, I did not realize this. But even better, right? Which would it be? Citizen Con. Is it 2023? It could be day 2. I'm gonna do day 2 just to make sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the person who forgot to create himself an intro, Disco Lando!
Oh no! Oh no! Hold on, let me see if I can get to Todd. Yeah, this is them. This is the one.
What you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, arm, small, medium to large. The privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict. And
no worries, man. We got you. We're all here together. Have you all seen my FPS gameplay and how many times Ty have revived me? I owe him. So thank you, man. Yeah. I meeting them, and I endear myself to the devs, and it's just like I wish them all well. When they leave, it hurts me to the core, but life is lifing, man. Haven't seen Lando online in a while. Normally he streams on weekends. No, Gladestone, his work duties have, on a quantum basis, expanded. He gave a little peek into what he does. He onboards the new employees. He does their system builds. He makes sure everyone taken care of from a he's like logistics for the studio, basically. And then he has to get briefed on what's going on in development. Hence why I think he's probably one of one other than Chris Roberts, Benoit, and Aaron and Brian Chambers, that and Richard Tyra, that have their hands are in the pie. He basically sees the entire scope of the project, because then he can pluck and request, hey, you're getting close to this feature coming online. I want to talk to you. Let's do a video. Yep. So yeah, and he's better off for it, because the time he put into the timeline in the UK, it presented health issues with him, so he's taking care of himself. I'm saying this to you, Orlando. You're taking care of yourself. Holy smokes, Glaystone. Yeah. You gotta do life. You gotta life that life, man. IRL. Yeah, it happens to us all. So, it's good. It's good that, it's sad you don't see him doing his things that he want to do, but you happy to know he's taking care of his health, and he's more synchronized with the timing with the UK, because he lives in the UK. So, yeah. One second. I'm gonna come right back. I'm a bio break. I'm drinking, and speaking of health, I'm drinking water, man. Drink that. Get those fluids in your body. Be right back. Let me cue up some sound. Be right back with you all. I don't want to be too loud. Oh, wow. Yeah, Glaystone, get that balance, have fun, take one day at a time and enjoy it, man. It's precious. Life. Let's look at it.
Will collapse.
This is important right here.
But this is low risk, low reward.
Take care of
Then
yourself,
you've got low
Glaystone.
security. So
you play some
again, you
Star
must purchase the
Citizen.
land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well.
I think he's talking about, is that low sec, location, high security. That's your UEE within the radius of their territories. Outside of that, or maybe a Nyx planet, or Nyx 1 or Nyx 2, right? I don't know which offhand. There's a gas giant and there's 2 planets, right? So they said there's 2 planetary bodies. So the 2 planetary bodies of Nyx, I think it falls into the low security radius, as opposed to Microtech or Lorville. Those are going to be your considered high security, and Pyro goes over to the right. All Stanton is on the left. Pyro and Nyx to the right. Probably Nyx could be in the middle. There could be, high security. He's going to 2 extremes of the spectrum, but he did say a high sec, middle sec, and then a low sec. So you could get some sort of protection going forward once they get beyond the tier 0 aspects of it. So it's more layered and more detailed, and it has more depth. But land claims for both, full protection for the previous, latter partial protection. Both have taxes and fees, but this, for the location, is going to be high cost with low financial return. So you're getting protected, your assets are basically covered. So you don't look for anything to come back. Medium cost, medium financial return. I don't know what that means in the return aspect of medium financial return. I think the operating, I would look at it as operating costs, right? So you have the opportunity to find rare things in those low security, high risk, high reward. So there's some financial return, but when you culminate the cost to it, you do a subtraction, it comes out to be medium. Because if there was no cost at all, there would be 100% financial return. But due to the risk and low security, you as you should pay. If not, you get to lose everything. So there's a burn rate that's going on here. Hence why you have medium cost, medium financial return. But with this, low to no financial return. It's all about covering your assets here and keeping that base pristine and clean and upright.
And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build.
Okay, that was the medium. There we go.
There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor.
Yes,
with this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you've got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings.
Yes.
With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings.
So what is that? That's the Anvil platform we're looking at right there in the middle. So that's medium-sized, right? No, not some zones. All of Gladestone. So right now, the places where you pay taxes would probably be anywhere that security is provided or it's there. Yeah, you're going to pay the taxes in the United Earth Empire controlled areas. So Pyro, no taxes, right? But you're on your own, right? If you're a large org, let's say a huge org, then that's probably where you're gonna see them, because they're like, I want the trouble. Fire at your own risk. Invade our airspace at your own risk. You're going to be fired upon especially if you're considered hostile, or you're a rival org, or you're a gang member, depending on what your narrative is as a player and how they identify you. Then yeah, they're like, come at me, bro. We will put hands on you. So yeah, Pyro is going to be your higher risk, but no taxes. So you're going to be tax free. Potentially in Nyx, there could be something said about that. People's Alliance may be gearing up to hire mercenaries to help protect it. Of course, the citizens of Nyx could very well fight back or be a defense measure for Nyx itself, but no UEE is coming there. So it won't be attacked by the UEE, I would say that much. But I love that Anvil platform tanker, or whatever that vehicle is there, right there. I like that. I gotta have it. I gotta have that, man.
With the Galaxy,
here we go.
You can build small to large structures.
This was
available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you whether you're solo or
that right there was the statement of that year, boy. That one right there, or the aftermath of it, when Todd Pappy.
In an org.
I had to play it back again.
With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So.
Well, yeah, I would say, Todd, one of the reasonings of it being a medium sec now is due to what's kind of happening or what's to come now, because you're talking about Vandal incursion and whether or not the UEE should step in and reclaim the system due to its security deficit. I'm going to say national. Their security deficit there because of a security risk due to an anchoring point for the Vandal to come in and take over. So that's a concern by the UEE. So Nyx has to really step up, and the People's Alliance has to become a force for its own, of its own. Maybe do some heavy recruiting of people, dedicated people that will want to live in Nyx, incentivizing it as well. Maybe as players, once we see dynamic server meshing come to the forefront, heroes for hire, mercenaries, even organizations who patrol and do ops based on keeping the peace, that will run it in, move it into move the needle towards it being a true medium security location. And maybe if you're protected, maybe some tax money will drip over to those orgs, right? Because they're providing a great service. So maybe the guild themselves will pay through that organization or guild. So it's an automated reduction system, maybe. Just like insurance, you buy into the insurance and there's a slow drip. You don't have to pay it, or they have to send you notifications. It's a slow drip of those fees. I would love to see that. And then you get the warning, you're getting low in payments. Wait a minute, your Galaxy, your Moby Glass is giving you alerts. I gotta go do some missions, man. My wallet's getting thin. The Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. That is correct. Yes, you created a ton of controversy around that, Todd. No, it was John. John Krug caused the controversy. I think Todd Pappy created the euphoria because you had the Galaxy sitting there. Unbeknownst to you, you were thinking, you were pissed off about the cargo module, when you're saying, hey, it should by default be a module already there, and your stuff especially if it's sensitive cargo, you may be restricted. So all that stuff's jumbling around while you're flying. Let me do it Chris style, flying around, and your cargo's getting busted up, and degradation to it, especially with Maelstrom coming. But I did look at it again and notice that the module increases your cargo capacity. So maybe it could be a physicalized module that fits under the underbelly, then you can move it away, or it opens up in some sort of way, or a hatch or something. I don't know. But it would be interesting to say, hey, let's go ahead and revisit this from CIG and give you a default cargo hold, and then the module would be an extension to adding more cargo. That would be fair in itself. I don't know the method or the avenues of communication, but someone watched that post, and maybe or potentially someone relayed that message and say, hey, he got it wrong. And then maybe it was expressed to him, hey, we did the recent CitizenCon. We got to fix that, right? And he said, oh crap, really? I don't. I was taking a break, or I was away. I was actually working at getting some things ironed out on the game, and I might have missed that. Yeah, let me go ahead and reiterate that. But again, I've talked to devs, and they've said they come to CitizenCon just to watch and see what the other devs are doing, because they're in a wind tunnel. They're in a silo, literally, because they're perfecting the craft of what's needed, or getting those features. Their heads are down, and they don't have a lot of time to say or go over and look at what the other devs are doing. Their opportunity comes at CitizenCon. So because they're so focused, they don't get a chance to figure out or have interactions, and they talk about who's working on what. And then you compound that by studios being in UK, United States, Frankfurt, even more so. So yeah, I can see that happening.
With the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings.
Yep.
With a vehicle, you can build.
With a vehicle. He didn't say what it was, though. Come on, Todd. What was that vehicle? Vehicle supports the ability to build small to medium structures. So that's an Anvil platform. We know that is Anvil. That is the branding right there. It screams it. But I want to know that could be very well one of the unknown ships. Ships, vehicles, same thing, that we're going to see that they were talking about unannounced. So this is, by him saying vehicle, he didn't really announce it, did he?
Small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
Look at that. And that was that moment. We were like, we just hit a lotto, man. Everybody went crazy when they said that. I'm surprised they didn't start screaming in the audience.
And then
some feedback. And there's the Pioneer.
Obviously with the Pioneer.
Oh, they didn't. Okay, so what it was. Where's my Pioneer? The Galaxy is a space building. Where's my damn Pioneer? Oh, there's my Pioneer. Woohoo!
Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on.
More expanded features. Maybe the machinery that will, like, if there's no atmosphere, maybe an oxygen generator. You're in an arid desert location, a lot of sun, intense sun. Maybe solar panels, generators, and things of that nature. Mining equipment that you can create with that ship. I guess that's my assumption of added features. A shield generator. I don't know. Yeah, shield generators and things of that nature. But yeah, you're looking at. Let me move off the camera. I'm in the way. So you're seeing from the bottom left, you see the small. Is my pointer showing? Yeah. You see the small, medium, and then small, medium to large creation, and then small, medium to large, no, small, medium, large to extra large for the Pioneer. Very cool.
So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
So, a ship fabricator. So, did they just reveal the possibilities for Vulcan / Crucible? And maybe even larger ships that have bespoke built-in fabricators that will, I don't know, you can put together a ship or, yeah. Even ships. What is that going to look like? That's interesting, though. As you know, you're talking about, does it kind of do a reverse engineering part to it? Like, say, if the ship is damaged, it can pull the material from the ship, regurgitate it, and combine material that you want back into the ship to reconstruct it with a crucible, potentially. And as long as you have enough material to cover, or let's say you have a blueprint for that ship, you'll have the exact amount to rebuild that ship based upon the required material that it's made from, or you might have to use adders to kind of enhance or refine the materials, lighter, stronger, faster, etc. I don't think any ship will build another ship. I think it will be achieved via a hangar crafter. That's a good point. And what we're seeing in this image it would almost fit that. If you're inside that facility like this, you have where it will start to, the entirety of that, or mostly that space will have like mechanisms and tools that will build the ship, literally. But at the same time, as we're looking at this, you go back to the Crucible, right? Wouldn't it, and that open canopy, should it not be able to do the same thing, right? And as a bespoke mechanism. I love that. That's the word of the day, bespoke. I'm using that Star Citizen verbiage today. So the same entity here, it's stationary, right? Whereas if you're inside of the Crucible, it's floating around, it has the materials, it can do the same thing. Are we kind of dipping our toes into the capabilities of the Crucible and Vulcan to some extent.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want.
Oh, I don't know the
Everything
method.
Fabricated is.
I never said, the applied method, right? I never said that. I didn't think of that. I think it's one of those things if you're baking a cake, you're not opening the oven every minute, right? Or you got to stand at the oven. You got a timer. You go and you come back, then it's ready when it's ready, but you won't burn the cake, obviously, if you leave it in the oven for too long, but it will bake at its appointed time, kind of like the refining UI we get when we refine rocks, and they give you the timers of what it would take based on the levels of the different variations of how you want to refine your ore, and you want it quick, it's going to cost more, those principles, right? You want it to go slower, you're going to get a better refinement or a better process, a more solid process. You want to get it fast in a hurry to get back into the fray or do a job real quick. Integrity through Maelstrom could be compromised to some extent where you're back there at the shop getting repairs quick, but you made your dividends in obtaining the ore that you needed to find, the rare ore. You found a rare mining vein, and you want to get back out there quickly. So yeah.
It produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So
now, this right here, man, this is going to be nuts. A very nice space like this, you're not going to be building this in a pyro area. Let's state facts. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to bring that up. I want to bring that one up to the Crucible.
At different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in
Randy Vasquez,
surveyor's tool.
Way back in the day.
With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with
wait a minute. Let me go back.
And then you've got extractors, freight elevators, landing pads.
Right there, the tram systems, the new transit system has kind of come into the picture now. We're talking about garages, right? Or freight elevators, the transit system, landing pads, the transit system has arrived now. Storefronts. Is this the introduction to maybe the private tier or the further iteration towards getting the Banu merchant done and crafting and trading as well, the storefronts? Yep.
Ads, storefronts, and then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing.
You said metal.
So with pads, storefronts, got utilities.
Where did you see that?
With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages,
but that's a
freight
vein,
elevators,
possibly.
landing pads, storefronts, and then you've got extractors.
Yep.
So with extractors,
mining
we
veins.
want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers.
I'm going back to the counter now.
Got surveyors to fabricated bullet. So for that, and you build materials actually used. Once you've done that, quality of the resources with you, build these buildings, fabrication.
Furniture interiors. Okay, let's see.
What you want to armor. Code. You need blueprints, resources to craft what you want.
There you have it, that narrative of the blueprints. That's the basis.
Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used.
Wow. The expansion of crafting is here. They're talking about it now. It's the further, deeper dive of the tier 0, which is weapons, armor, very well next year. That I think, are we kind of seeing what may very well may be revealed for CitizenCon this year? Highly probable.
Once you've done that and you
metal on the counter. The Hadesian artifact you're talking about? Is that on the table that's nearest us? Let me use the mouse. Right here? That's the Hadesian artifact. That is what you're talking about? Oh, 20
the
second
materials
delay.
actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want.
And I think there's parts that come together.
Can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated.
Yes, that's the Hadesian artifact.
First person, or in a dedicated mode in the Surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts, and then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is.
That was first introduced in one of the CitizenCons when they introduced Pyro for the. I wouldn't say for the first time, but they did that mission where you came in and Todd Pappy did one where he shot everything, and then he did one where he was trying to be stealthy, I believe. Yep, the Hadesian artifact. Yep.
Always needed.
And I think they gave them out as a Bar Citizens
different
too.
Types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas.
Look at that. That says geothermal station. That thing is pulling. It's digging down into the depths of the planet's surface and locking in on pockets of heat generation. That is freaking cool.
Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power.
Yep.
Then you've got producers. So
I think the battery aspect is universal for all the ones that have gaps in providing power to your facility. So like you said, the solar panels at night, they need to rely on the batteries to kick in at night to kind of do its processing. Windmills, if it's not so windy at certain times, the battery will kick in. Fusion power, if something has to be replaced or repaired through maintenance, battery generation will kick in. Wear, tear, and maintenance, that's where your batteries come in. You probably will be using multiple batteries and, take some offline and some are, you probably will have batteries that will back up batteries. Yeah, and I think we talked about a lot about, like Castro will introduce mountains and going in. You can't fly to the location. You have to fly and land, and because of winds, potentially you have to rock climb or use a grapnel device, get you up to the mountain, then go in, and then you find these ancient civilizations, alien civilizations. I said alien again. And you find these components or these parts that fit together. So it's kind of like Tomb Raider in some sense that it's a breadcrumb, right? But then they want us to remember it, and then when it's time, we'll see it will come to its fruition as discoverable gameplay at some point as a potential, right?
And then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources.
They definitely had people, devs from Ubisoft. They were masters at the Tomb Raider style gameplay mechanics. I can see that coming to the game.
Produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1. So that's me.
2 years in development.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Todd. Miss you, man.
Wonderful to see you.
Here's Chris.
Hello.
Mr. Roberts.
Hey, everybody.
Mr. Roberts' neighborhood,
I hope
Starhood.
you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it. And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game?
Uh-oh.
But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention. Not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that.
Oh no, man.
To get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are...
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yes.
So we're planning over the next, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything that we've shown
That's
you,
25.
you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So,
2 years ago.
and it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier.
Oh no! Why did he say? Oh no!
We are
His look on his
complete
face.
on Squadron 42.
Let slip. Oh, that was Chris's thunder. It's all good, man.
I am not. You will not get a release date from me today.
The video. What did I skip?
First of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates.
I wonder why, Chris.
It will be when I know that we're fully.
What did I miss,
the
Star?
Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But
What did I skip?
we prepared the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video
Montage.
for you.
A little
Maybe lying,
montage.
it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Here we go. Let's see how close it is to what we have in game. I'm going to skip a little bit. The asteroid fields are similar to Nyx. That type of Hornet. Oh, did they say that the battle cruiser was in here somewhere? What's that over there? What is this? And what is that? Can anyone identify that? What is this ship right here, y'all? I don't recognize this. Oh, that's a hammerhead, damn it. Sorry. That's a hammerhead. Yeah, that's a hammerhead. That point, the point that came in. What's that back there, though? And what is this? A javelin or something? Hammerhead, yep. Javelin. Can you imagine playing this in VR? Cinematics, man. It's ridiculous.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side
of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with.
A variant? Wow.
I guess that last fight didn't scare them off
quite like we all hoped it would.
It's Coffee. That is so funny that you mentioned that, because there's word now or conversation regarding the gold standard or the Mark II version of the Hammerhead. Wow.
Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore.
I just wanted to let you know.
See, this is another reason why, to me, Squadron 42 is so important, because you kind of, Chris is using, not storytelling, he's using his knowledge and insight to making movies, and you feel these things, these emotional triggers. He's emergency contact. Todd, here's the question for you in chat as well. Will we see Chris Roberts in the game of Squadron 42, and what will he be doing? Will he be like this janitor or this mechanic or a janitor that came in and had this epiphany of, I want to make spaceships? Or will he be this already seasoned and established CEO of Roberts Space Industries, an older version of himself, bearded and everything, and he's a part of the narrative of Roberts Space Industries, supporting cast of the war, and you see him at the table with Admiral Bishop. That would be too freaking cool. Cameo, of course. What are you trying to say, Coffee? The man can't act? You didn't say that, Coffee. You didn't say that.
Stay safe. Your loving son.
You heard Coffee? Cameo, please. Cameo, of course, please. I insist. It'll be fun, though.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Yetis. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
Right.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Just that moment right there. Yeah. It has the potential to be a very, very interesting campaign and game as well. Soul System, Earth. Oh, here we go. Manchester is in the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42,
Wow.
which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your
Come on,
character
flight
and vehicle,
model, come on.
and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover.
Using a mouse.
Ship AI has also seen
Keyboard.
huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas
Buoyancy.
to deliver the best.
This was a mind. This blew our minds too, to know that there's ships that have or boats are in the game and they have buoyancy, and it immediately went over to, hey, the 890 jump in Terra at those docking areas and on the water.
Experience.
Oh yeah, yeah, the visuals, yeah. But it could very well be there once we get to Seoul.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together.
This channels a lot of Half-Life 2. Remember that? Half-Life 2? Yep.
Unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic
Oh yeah,
performances,
fishing in the
and
boat.
our
Come on,
ever-improving
Chris.
Technology.
And we went wild when we saw birds in the game, and then the Merrick showed up. The Merrick ended up being in the game. I was like, what are those Merricks?
Good, keep going.
Canyon Run.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere and space.
That was 2024, so we gotta have that. So they're talking about polish, but we don't have the flight model. We don't have the atmospherics right now, or do we?
Which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs.
Master modes.
Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location.
We've been doing
while
that
allowing
now
us
in the
to tell
game.
the story of
Yep.
the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges.
Look at those
including
environments.
Physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing.
Oh wow.
Fuck off, the coil's ass.
Oh wow, the coil. Remember that?
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information.
They would have
that
to,
you need,
Ty. They would
such
have
as key
to.
objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Skank. Oh wow. Rafo Arakawa.
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved
New
looting,
UI,
weapon feel and
inventory
balance,
system.
realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
FS9, PR,
We've
AR,
also seen the
P4.
introduction of our
Bearing,
Maelstrom-powered
there it is.
destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
So that might be incorporated into the radar that's coming. Those superimposed layers. Sliding mechanism. That was the people from Arkham that with that UI of the down people. That's Batman Arkham's technology right there. That people Ubisoft.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to
WB
finish
Games,
and where we need
Montreal.
to improve the gameplay.
That's them. People from WB Games from Montreal are on board. You can tell.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of.
Resident Evil. This is
One
Resident
specific
Evil
area
right
that
here,
I'm
man.
excited
The
to
movie.
dive in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them,
Patching you in.
as it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit.
Municipal Works.
We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in
Yeah,
the
they're probably gonna
experience
have
that
it, Ty.
we've
Movie cinematics.
Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration.
We need
before
this,
we
though.
fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
And that cloud tech is much better there. Look at that.
Come back.
It's grainy though. It's still grainy.
Web tried explaining how
Or
atmosphere
noisy.
processors work. Really shows how far we've come.
Yeah.
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply.
I'm concerned, but I think they're
so that's why I
making
figured I'd get
strides
a
or
job
made
trying
strides.
in security, because
This is
that's,
2 years.
You know, I can get some hours
And
flying
they're
in
still
the cockpit
polishing,
and
so,
whatnot.
you know.
Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
2 years of polish.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead
But I'm
female player
concerned
character.
I'm concerned with features that they had to reiterate on, and then it has to go back in to the main branch, and then it's got to be vetted again. So I'm concerned about that.
As well as wild lines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Oh wow, yep. Here we go.
start of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say,
I held the line.
I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Oh no, it's okay.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space wisdom.
This was the lady in the recent interview. I think it was on Twitter or something, or X, I'm sorry. And they interviewed her, and she said she sat with Mark Hamill. She called him a charming gentleman. That's all she could call him because she didn't know who he was. And we were saying this is the lady from Chapter 8. She was recently speaking on it. You're gonna lose Bishop. Sorry, buddy. Oh my God. Trejo at Fortune's Cross cinematic. Yeah, her hair actually is red in real life, and she interviewed and she met Mark Hamill. She did not know who he was, but people were like, "Oh, how did you?" It's like she probably wasn't even born when he made Star Wars.
Art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible.
That guy talking, he played on the series Boardwalk Empire. This guy, not him. That's Mark Strong.
So you can imagine
he played in Boardwalk Empire.
My surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wakefield, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey.
Ready Player One.
I'm the field manager of this little operation.
Ready Player One.
Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
The Archon.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share.
That's Rona Mitra right there, standing next to this gentleman that played in Game of Thrones. She's off there on the right, Rona Mitra.
This is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
It's probably even better than this now.
Not sure I handled anything.
Vega. That
helps
may
to
be a
remember that
system
stuff
we
like this
see.
is supposed to hurt.
Yeah, the Vandal.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
It's good to know.
Look at Vega system.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Oh, done.
Okay. All right.
Pardon me.
Let's do this.
I have to switch out some of the interchanges on the hangar deck. We'll be getting a weird airflow.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that. Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions.
This is definitely on the carrier ship.
As well as combat realities.
Oh gosh.
Such as weapon malfunctions.
Oh no.
Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt him.
You're gonna have to take guns. Oh, creatures.
As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working
Municipal
closely with
Works.
our art teams, and it's been...
Could this look Municipal Works again? Could this again another segue or another feature coming over from Squadron 42? Municipal Works, sewer, sanitation. Look at that.
Exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover.
Holy smokes.
One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary.
This must be the coil. You see remnants of that energy disbursement. This reminds me of the coil.
To the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is
craftable ships. I just looked up Vega, and when I look at it, Vega is close to Nyx. It could be very well be a jump point to Vega via Nyx, and then there's Odin, which is the coil. So let me see if Odin is a jump point, which is the coil. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta look up Odin now. If it is, let me see. We could very well see those systems introduced. One second. Yes, Nyx and Odin are jump points. So, okay, so that's the key, right? Odin attaches to Nyx. And let me see if let's see if Odin ties to Vega, right? Vega. Routes. Virgil. No, there has to be another system. Let me see. Oberon. Oh, wait a minute. Bremen. Okay, Nyx. Let me see if it has. Wait a minute. Bremen. Bremen ties to Nyx. Okay, Bremen, Nyx. Now let's see if Bremen and Odin connects. Yeah, Odin, it ties to Nyx. So, yeah. That could be a possibility.
Just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
No good, we can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
Look at those. No. Look at these environments, man. These environments are insane.
I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s.
Isn't that the true GACTAC Raylan? Again, another feature from Squadron 42. The GACTAC Raylan is going to be in Alien Week coming soon, and that's the what is it, the that alien race, the is it Banu? Let me see. Let me see. Xi'an. Definitely Xi'an. The GACTAC Raylan is from the Xi'an. That's one of their ships, the native version of it.
An 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you...
I think this is coil-centric. It looks like they're extracting a pulling power from the coil itself to do things.
See, to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history.
Rock Cracker, right there, that. Coming from Squadron 42.
Long before you arrived.
Coil. Shout out to Ali Brown.
Spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome.
Why is this giving me Superman Returns vibes with Brandon Roth? We went to Krypton.
For Squadron, developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly.
No, it was the Crystal created environment of Krypton.
Between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredible.
Right here, this to me screams Castra. I don't know if you agree, but when they revealed or showed Castra, mountainous rock formations and the clouds all blended in together, so close you said, hey, go get a room.
Be difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next.
And the weather tech.
Interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Power triangle, yeah. Rona Mitra, looks like.
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind.
Eerie. Oh. Oh, wow.
We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible.
Could this also be part of crafting when they talk about space stations, that you're making these unique types? But this is going to be cool. It's cool knowing that one system has a narrative of their space stations, and different systems have different space stations. But then a dry dock, because that looks like a Pioneer or something, right?
About their function, their age, and try to ensure there's
Pioneer.
There's a progression in our...
Oh my gosh, y'all. I think people went nuts when they saw that.
Style with each station as you progress through the game.
Oh, wow.
As you can see today, The teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron.
What is that? What is that? Pioneer?
42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
Yep.
Polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander.
Yep.
Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who've been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
It could be very well what crafted ships could be, Ta. To some extent, yeah. Or a new ship that's yet to be revealed. Right. Well, he's gonna have to show us. Believe or not. You have to show us. They just got to take their time with it. He's got to take his time. Yeah, they're almost there. They're almost there. They're getting close.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, it's
becoming.
Anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway.
Don't say when.
And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support. Just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
At least as a demo, you go in and you kind of build yourself up. You get inducted, recruited, and get assigned to a ship.
I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitkin headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do and they're very passionate about what they do, and they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars.
For it to be right.
So yeah. I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
Wow. You're in the verse. Yeah, I think they're going to make sure, you know, I called out flight model and that quantum travel system. I think those are two components they have to have. And I think once we see that in the verse working and it's a part of the game, yeah, I think this year's CitizenCon is going to be, I think we'll see the fully functional base building. We may even see the crafting of different materials outside of what we have currently, whether it's ship or actual base building materials that's needed. And definitely the introduction of those ships that can build bases and such. I kind of see that for a CitizenCon event. Social tools, things of that nature. I think it's going to be a huge CitizenCon, and of course, obviously, the announcement date hangs in the balance of potentially being revealed at CitizenCon. If not, then that means that they're still working on things, and Scavenger is going to troll us on, hey, I don't believe what he said. But we're going to see. But I think there lies the potential for them to really beat all records, if that's a thing with some of us, or just kind of have feature-rich content that's soon to be in our hands. If not at the end of this year, but first quarter of next year, along with big announcements. So it's going to be really cool, really interesting. That's the first leg of my stream, just doing content, talking. The second half is going to be gameplay, orging up, getting organized, going after blueprints, what have you, craft materials, whatever the case. I'm going to take a 2-hour break or something of that nature and get on early evening and do some gameplay. Definitely want to do that. So with that said, I'm going to take that break, get something to eat. Everybody touch some grass or something, take a break. Be ready. I'll be back to streaming this evening, and it's going to be gameplay. And for those who want to join in, just prep, get materials ready. I think I want to do some mining, do some co-op mining, and also procuring of blueprint materials. 07 Ty, always a pleasure. Thank you all. I'll be back later this evening, early this evening, and do some gameplay. But yeah, we need to touch bases with these features and see where we were, see what we need to look at and what's coming down the pipeline. Kind of refresh our memories on things and see the progress. We got to remind ourselves. Sometimes we can be in that time void. Star Citizen's a time sink. But yeah, it looks like they're moving towards, you know, getting this thing done. But some of the environments was very content rich, very beautiful to watch. But those interactions are next level. So, 07 everyone, I'll see you in a bit. All right. Here we go. And I'll see you in a couple.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
About that bottom line, baby.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!